Well, hello there. Good morning. Hope you're all doing well. I'm gonna give you a little longer of music break, but I shall be with you shortly. And we are here for reals now. But I have a thing. So, hi, hello. How are you all doing today? You probably already heard about the Sebs V grass. Now, if you're a VTuber, you, like me and many others, struggle with not being able to touch grass. But fret not, because Sleep Sip Industries are working on bringing that dream of touching grass to many VTubers. We're gonna make that dream a reality, and you can help us make it a reality by purchasing Seb's Vgrass. 100% VTuber safe as long as you don't touch it, but it gets you one step closer to touching the grass. So all you gotta do is go to the link and you can get your bee grass for only 99 cents. That offer is gonna be good for only a short while, so get yours while it's hot. And with that ad out of the way, hi. Hope you're all having a good morning. I know I'm taking the joke too far, but I don't know, it's cool and it's harmless and I love it. And we have our bowl of grass. Look, it's safe. It's completely safe as long as we don't touch it. It's contained in this little glass bowl with special opening that opens a little more to the front, so it's away from me. And also this special soil. And I can't recommend the veggrass enough. I feel like a new person. Anyhow, with that out of the way, I'm pretty sure you're all eager to start on our builds and on our decorating and stuff. Ah, come on. Okay. Well, while this is happening, because I'm such a professional streamer and I checked all of that beforehand, let me tell you about the veggrass. It is very green. It contains not one, not two, but three different types of grass. Okay, it's truly one of the best grass that you'll ever have, especially as a VTuber, because you can't have many grass. You can't touch grass as a VTuber. We risk of become like we risk a lot of things if we touch grass. We risk becoming flesh tubers, or worse. So yeah, get your wheatgrass today. This is not one awkward silence, I guess. However, I am really happy with the wheatgrass that I made. I put a lot of work and effort into it. Um, every blade of grass and little leaflet is specially placed there, so every grass bowl will look the same. But we are working on different variations of wheatgrass. So if you'd rather wait for those, I understand. However, however, you probably want to be one of the people who can claim that they got the wheatgrass once like the first time it came out, when it was cool. So yeah, get your wheatgrass while it's cool. Um, I think my things lagged out a little bit, but we should be fine now. Oh look, another promotion. Get up to 50% off. Save on select packs, including some of the most popular. The Plum Buff Celebration sale is on now. Now, you remember her, but do you remember him? It's the best grass. Sinella is the best grass for VTubers. It's very VTuber safe as long as we don't touch it. You can see the example here, like next to me. Uh, it's not a scam. It's totally a legitimate product. I promise. Anyway, today we're gonna decorate some apartments, I think, but also, sorry, my throat. Like I just woke up, so my throat is weird. But also, we got some new challenges as well. So maybe I'm gonna do a little build on that as well. Perhaps in Evergreen Harbor it would work, like maybe here. But basically, um, Little Simsy came out with the very veggie legacy challenge, and it's the Rags to Riches challenge. And technically, you're supposed to start on a blank lot, technically, and work your way up. But I was thinking, since we got this new pack, new kit, that basically lets you make your things from scratch. And since in North Haven we got like this house for remodeling, rebuilding, I was thinking maybe giving your broccoli a head start. And they could, start on this lot with probably like a ruined, half-made thing. So as our first task, we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna go into some apartment building. Sorry, about apartment decorating. Now I don't want to do like too much, but see, we got these, and it looks super pretty now, right? But when you place it, it's like this old ruined fridge that your sim has to restore. And I think that is just so awesome for Rags to Riches challenges. And once you place them, you can't change the colors. So you have to be absolutely sure about your color scheme. We also got some appliances, which are the coffee maker and this microwave, which I'm really excited about because we didn't get the microwave in the game in ages. With all that said, though, I think this should be like the... Or maybe this like that. Aw, thank you. Thank you for promoting my grass. I'm happy. Yeah, the disclaimer. Yeah, so basically, the idea was born when I was on Armia stream, and I had to walk Tracer, and Armia screamed, "Careful not to touch any grass, Seb, you're a VTuber!" And yeah, since then I pondered and how can I make grass safer for VTubers? And here we are. With safe VTuber grass. But yeah, be careful not to touch grass as a VTuber, because bad things could happen. Instead, if you long for grass, yeah, not just any glass containers. Like this is masterfully crafted. It's a special glass container. Otherwise, anyone could just go and put grass in container. And the soil is also special, so the grass emits almost no allergens, and flesh bacteria and stuff. So only the safest of grass from Sleep Seb, totally not corporation. No, seriously though, I'm totally not a corporation. I am one person, a family-owned person. No, that sounded wrong, but yeah, you should definitely, yeah. Anyway, I'm having way too much fun with the family-owned person. No, scratch that. I am my own person. Okay, maybe Tracer owns me, which that's interesting because you're supposed to like own your dog, but my dog is owning me, and she's very spoiled. But that's a different matter. It has nothing to do with the grass. because she can touch grass. She's allowed to touch grass. So, you know, I wish I could be more like her and touch grass. But by supporting the Seb's Vgrass, maybe one day we can come close to researching and testing a proper grass that we can actually touch as VTubers. Anyhow. So the broccoli challenge. No, it's not the broccoli challenge. It's the very veggie legacy. Now, why I bring up the very veggie legacy challenge? Oh shit! I just realized I forgot something. I'm sorry. And what I forgot alongside my, I'm doing a charity for Saint Jude, and very veggie legacy challenge was Sims's incentive last year if they raise I don't know how much money, I forgot. So I kind of want to commemorate that with the little build for that. Even though you're technically supposed to start with nothing, I feel like we can start with something, you know. We will start with something. We will expand on that idea. There we go. We have the overlay. Sorry about that. I completely forgot that I didn't set it for this scene. But yeah, I will make the person for this challenge like offline. But now we have to think of a good layout. Basically, I'm gonna make this so your sim has to like remodel it. We have like these fences, but we also have like these. We have a lot of things to make actual like a little shell of a house, if you will. Do we want to enter from the Riviera, or maybe I should put like entrances on both sides? No. Also, I just did. I just did. To be fair, I did come close. I did come close once, and that, yeah, no. For now, I just have coffee. It's a very Balkan thing to do, honestly. I know very few Balkan people who don't smoke. But those who don't smoke usually like don't mind it, or just like they either don't mind it at all, or they're bothered by the smoke. That's why they're not smoking. Or a little bit of both. Yeah. The only time when I wasn't smoking was when I was pregnant. That was the only time I wasn't smoking. I'm making a very weird layout here. Fair. What am I thinking of this? I feel like this is too thin. Maybe like that. Jesus Christ. Can you hear that? There's beeps, basically. I don't know if it was a mower's truck, or what. You're working on a baby. Oh, that's awesome. Are you quite done, people? I kind of want to like be one of those nosy peoples and go see what's going on. Actually, there we go. Maybe like that. So we get like a nice patio there. Maybe why we have a nice patio is because this is gonna be like a little garden thingy situation going on. I don't know why I'm making this into a shell challenge for myself. Mog and Grandma Amy is waking up. Yes. It is indeed. The Balkan nosiness in me is too great. Yeah, we can have like a nice patio over here. And here we put just like a little thingy to get up the stairs. I don't know, and a little garden here. We can't make it too pretty though. We can't make it too like pretty. It just has to entice the imagination or something like that. Because we're not gonna actually be doing any decorating on this one. Well, we're not gonna be doing much decorating. I hate that. When they like, I don't care who you are, but please respect people's, need to rest. But then, there's also people like, there's a person in our building. Well, I don't think they're in our building anymore. They posted a note, in the elevator that, like, good day. We have to move out because there's noises in the night. Someone keeps running their washing machine during the night, and it's very disturbing when we wake up at 5 a.m. and we can't have our peace. I have like, what? So I hope you're happy now, neighbors. We have to move out. They're like, what? Like, that I'm like, if you're waking up at 5 a.m. anyway, or 4 a.m., I'm actually not sure if it was 4 or 5, and someone is running their washing machine, like, it happens because people run their washing machines during the night because electricity is cheaper. Exactly. And then someone like wrote on the thing like, Yeah, you could wash your clothing during the day instead. And then, like, there was a whole argument, and then someone was like, "Yeah, but it's not the same price as a day." That's actually in France and not in Balkan, like in our French building. But I guess it's Balkan life in France. And they were just arguing on this paper, mm, in the elevator, that this person who moved out or wanted to move out lived. It was funny. True, true. I mean, everywhere you go, it's kind of a little bit of Balkan at least. But it turns out that if you pay more and change to a specific company, they also, like, they let you choose if you want cheaper electricity during the night or during the day. Which, like, I'm sorry, we're not changing our electricity company now that we had it for like years. For some person who's not even here anymore. Like, and we would have to pay more money for that. Which, in the end, if I want to pay more money, I would just, like, run my washing machine during the day. But yes, anyhow. Living in the building is crazy. Exactly. Like, it's good of them to let us know that they moved, but the absolute, like, mayhem that broke out, not even in the comments, but on the same paper. It was funny. It was sad because I couldn't understand it. Also, Blue had to translate to me what's happening. I call it the elevator drama. Because it was all happening in the elevator. I know, I'm very creative. I'm better off promoting my vgrass. mm. We probably want to do like some good concrete foundation like that. Okay, this is our front, or should be, and this is our back. So around the back, maybe we put some little staked fence. Although maybe that's too much, maybe that's too tidy. Maybe we don't put fence. Maybe we're just gonna put this like under construction thingy. So it's kind of like a project that was abandoned midway. Do these make sense? Maybe just like one like that. These are not really a match. These are even less of a match. These are wooden. I think we're just gonna stick with these ones, maybe. Although maybe we want to put them like here in the middle, because this is our entrance. And then we're just gonna stick one over here. It does make sense for that challenge to be in the Green Harbor thingy. What is it called? It's not Green Harbor. Evergreen Harbor. Evergreen. I'm thinking maybe we don't add like ladders, but we're gonna add a hole where the stairs should go. Oh, and we could actually add ladders instead, and there's just like a big gaping hole. So when your sim gets money, they get to, you know, redecorate and stuff. And the wall pattern we got was this one. And I think that works out perfectly. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we do have to do this. Or maybe we actually do it like this. That way the little roof thingy doesn't poke through here. So it kind of turns into Shell Challenge meets Legacy Challenge. That's not that bad. I was debating a lot if we should add windows or not, and I think we should add windows. Like just the regular white ones. Oh, technically we can have a whole 3 wide room up here. So we can have an attic as well. If whoever plays through this challenge decides on an attic, that is. Oh, interesting. That's what it does because of the roof? What? This is the first time I see something like that. Damn, okay. Who knew that after all this time we would get new roof glitches? Damn. Well, okay, if we just add these ones, that works. I'm wondering if that's too close. Because I wanted to add a kitchen here. And well, maybe that works. And then if I just add some testing ladders. Because we added this like that. Oof, wait. So what if we just move them like that? That leaves us this weird gap over here. Unless... we decide on the stairs here. Oh, that's also gonna give us a weird gap, right? Yeah, yeah. I didn't do that great. Like, there were ways of doing this in a better way. Like, even if we rotate it like this. Like, even that will give us a weird gap here. Out of all things to be stuck on the stairs. And I guess I could move these like a little bit here. That is also a possibility. And that way we eliminated the weird gap. Oh, okay. Never mind. We can't really have it the way we want it. Well, we can if we put like temporary railing. Right. Like this. And then we can remove... Nope, we can't. Unless we remove it like this. Nope, it also closes it. I kind of preferred it with like this little gap there. Like that. Oh, well, you know what? Whoever takes up this challenge is gonna deal with that. We are just gonna put this random ladder in here. There. Oh yeah, because we also need like back door. Although it could go here, like from the living room to the whatever this is patio. Oh wait, maybe I have to go to the shorter doors. Or maybe not. Because like we could also have that one there. But then add the base game white doors. Windows, not doors. But we can also do that. Yeah, that should be fine. I think I eyeballed that pretty okay. Now, how many windows is too many windows? I feel like that's too many windows. We're gonna leave that wall blank. If someone wants to add windows later on, they can. Mm. Do you want just a too wide hallway here? Maybe. And then this thing can also be this color. So, Legacy Challenge meets Shell Challenge. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Oh, wait, we need to add the doors still. We're just gonna go around with the base game doors. I'm pretty happy with this. It can be expanded on, so... And you can do whatever you want with the concept. I'm not sure I want the brown ladders, but those are like the most classic. Also, there should be an ad break coming up any moment now. So just letting you know. Maybe with the gray ones, like that. Nah, we're gonna leave with the dark brown ones. Oh, and the flooring. We're just gonna put like a plain concrete everywhere. pretty sure there was a base camp bush. I know this is not that base camp friendly, but you, like for this one specifically, you need just 3 bushes. 3 bushes? What? 3 packs? Brain? Please? Shrubs. I guess there isn't a base camp one, only like get together. Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. I'm thinking out of all of the packs, which is the most likely you guys would have. Maybe werewolves. So I'm just gonna put like 2 werewolf bushes around, so you're saying maybe 3. So your sim can sleep potentially and stuff. Oh no, now we're adding vampires as well. I feel like some dead trees are completing this. Maybe if we add some grass as well, like dried grass. And that's horse ranch now. Right. Okay, one more in the corner here. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying, because like you need literally all of the packs to play this save. But I think I might put the rags to riches house on the gallery. That's basically like, don't worry if you don't have some of the packs, because all it's gonna give you is a lack of objects. So like, if you don't have vampires, ranch, and werewolves, you wouldn't get the terraining, which I think is for most people fine. Not many people care about the terrain. I care about the terrain, but I'm a special case. That I feel like it really brings it together. This is like I might even put a little for sale sign. Who knows what happened to the people who once lived here or wanted to live here? It's giving a tiny bit of Stardew Valley vibes. Oh my god. It's giving a bit of Stardew Valley vibes with the rocks and the overgrown and stuff. Do we have any shingles that are more rags to riches? Yes, we have these. Oh, we have these metal ones. Maybe these ones without windows. Mm, it's ruining my vibe. Oh, we have these ones, which are not as bad. Like they look newer, but they're Solani ones that are legitimately actually used for roofs sometimes. But they do look a little worn out. I think we're gonna keep with the gray ones. I love how it's a rags to riches house, but it's almost 20K in lot value. Uh, Give me a sec. Maybe I should go for cheaper doors. No, you go here. This could be really cute, but perhaps I added too many cabinets. How much money does the sim spawn with? Apparently it's different. Found start at 20K for a single sim. Okay. And then it's additional 2K for every sim created after the first. So 34K total apparently. But if you start with reach aspiration, you apparently get more money. I don't know. We could delete some windows or some of these fences, but no, that will ruin our vibe. So if they start with the pit, broccoli could start with the pit. But no, that would be just torture of the animal. So broccoli can't start with the pit. Well, broccoli can start with no counters as well. Or like less counters. And then we have... We're still 21k? And with them, we're 21,600. Yeah, that doesn't help us a lot. Oh well. It's pretend. We're gonna cheat stuff. It's okay. Because I really love this vibe. Well, I'm not cheating per se. I'm just saying that I'm gonna cheat the sim into this household. But in terms of being it being rags to riches, because it will be cool if the sim started with 0 simoleons here. Then I would have to delete something, and I don't want to delete something. I like my rocks and stuff. And I don't want to go into debugs to do it for free. And how much this bush costs? 55. It's not that bad. The tree is 10. So like singularly, they're not that bad. Oh well, it's fine. Is the ladder that's expensive? No, it's not that expensive. Because this is supposed to be it, you know, there's nothing else, like the ruined thing. I wanted to put in some lights, but now I'm like not so sure I should put any lights. It's supposed to be rags to riches, so it's okay. It's fine. And the Beige Legacy Broccoli starts with creative art lover and high maintenance. And aspiration is Lord or Lady of the Knits. So maybe they start with more money? I don't know. But in terms of the build, I think that's it. That's our fixer-upper. I could add some terrain paint, but on this lot it's not that necessary. It's not even that visible. No, you didn't tell me. That's so fun. Shit, I forgot to add, I wanted to add a redeem of add me to your sim file, well, save file. Which would place people into this save file, which once it's done, which will probably be in like 2 years, will be downloadable for everyone. It will use literally all of the packs and some mods. That is so fun. I am currently in the process of making SG series in here. I got Daniel and Vala, I got Jack and Sam, and I got Tilk and his son. And so businesses and hobbies really opened up a um, new possibility for making face tattoos and stuff. They're from a series called Stargate. It's about, well, basically ancient aliens made into a series before ancient aliens was a thing. But like they find this ancient Stargate that turns out to be a portal to different worlds and galaxies, and then like from that they made the series because apparently ancient aliens. It's one of my girlfriend's favorite series, so we are watching it, and we're almost done with it. It's really fun. Yeah. It's like it doesn't take itself too seriously, the series, which I love. It's very memeable as well. There is like a whole watch order to it. Because they have like, they started with the film, but then that would, like, you have to start with the film to understand where the series is starting. Then it's SG1, but then SG1 starts mixing with Stargate Atlantis. Yeah, you can tell me something about my house. Yeah. Oh, the stairs don't have the... Wait. There. Trevor's trailer in GTA 5. I did not play GTA 5. No, you didn't distract me at all. We're kind of done with the house. Like, I can't do anything else. Well, I could add, like, some junk around. Some leaks and... Let's see. Oh, but I should probably save. We didn't save once. It would be a shame if the game bugs out and we lose all the progress. Mm. Oh, these? Okay, so basically what I did, I just raised this by 3. And then okay, so it's this arrow, the middle one, that like controls how high or low you want them. These are the ones outside, right? And then you have the foundations, right? I took this one in gray to just do them like this. Because like you have these ones, but all of those kind of poke out a lot, so they're not really true. But you also have like these foundations. But then if you don't want to do these and you want to just like elevate a room, you can just raise platform, which is different to just raising the foundation, temelli. And for those, you go into walls and empty rooms, and then you have platform trims, and there are your trims for that. I usually do that for stages or when I do like multi-level houses. Oh, you know that. Okay. But yeah. That's how I did them. And then I just did some high-end concrete, which you can find in the outdoor flooring for some reason. No, wait, I did slab of concrete. So that one gets like little holes and cracks in it, which I think it's so realistic too when you just pour the base of the house. Yeah. It took me a while to figure out that those are different things. The like foundations and the platforms. Because platforms got added later in the game. Fair, yeah. Yeah, because you can always up this, so then you get like this sort of situation. I know. That's what I did at first a lot as well. Maybe I shouldn't do these because like most of them cost money. So I will just leave it like this. And then in clutter, maybe. Was it in clutter? I don't know. Miscellanea? No? Huh, interesting. Ah, there we go. This one. There. Perfect. It's for sale. You need a garage. Garbage. Oh, garbage! Yes. You're right. Oh my god. You're so right. I need garbage and the mailbox. Yeah, we're gonna put garbage over here. So it looks like it's more of a public garbage, but not really. Or maybe we should put mailbox next to this. There's like a high chance that this particular house always stays like this in this save. But it makes sense with this particular environment. It makes sense. Like it has potential, but as well as this neighborhood, you know, it has potential. And I think I'm gonna bulldoze this and make it into like just a business owned by a family or something. We'll see. That was supposed to be my shell house ages ago. Shell challenge. But yeah. I shall be right back because I really have to go to the toilet. Let me just presume. I know it's not like right at the middle, but yes, I will be right back. This is the house we made. And anyway, I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back, and I think I want to change this mailbox for just a basic one. Yeah, it's just the regular old basic thing. Then again, it's not marked. But if I search for mailbox, the new one from businesses and hobbies is here. Maybe I should use like that one over here. Look, that's so cute. Yeah, maybe just like that. Because that kind of works too. I would even argue that it works a little better. Okay. I will save this and I will upload the shell as rags to riches shell. Why did I almost bulldoze this? Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Restoration works. Yes, that's what it's called. There we go. It's up on my gallery. Sleepy Sib with vibes again instead of S's. If you wanna check it out, I have lots of things, including the Stargate tattoos. But yeah, my main additions like lately are the Stargate System Lord tattoos. I'm not done with them yet. I still have more to add. But yeah, there's a lot of cutesy thingies. Oh wait, did I never actually rework land grabs yet? Yeah, I'm just working on their house. Interesting. I was pretty sure that I reworked land grabs. And here we have got rework and the pancakes rework, but not the land grab rework. Interesting. And this was the shell challenge for the house that you saw earlier. Also, I think I'm gonna go with. Oh wow, there's a lot of downloads on my mole shell. Okay, okay. But yeah, stuff. There is stuff. I even have some rooms. This is my favorite thing, but the tree is blocking it. This is like the worst view of it. Basically, it's a little party place, as you can see from the sides, and it even has a little pool. I don't know. It's one of my favorite nightclubs. You can definitely see how my building leveled up from, let's say, this. This was one of my better builds, and this one. But like from these, which were my first, to like these that are so like intricate and complex, and I feel like I've come a long way as a builder. Like, there's this shell. I use it like as one family, but there's like multiple people in it. But anyway, Sleepy Seb, 5 Leapy, the lower dash thingy, 5 Eb. I don't have many friends, so if you want to be my friend on the thing, let me know. Anyhow, shall we move on to actually decorating stuff? I so hope my terrain paint doesn't get erased again. It looks pretty cool from over here. Oh, we also had this tiny lot residential, which I have a problem making things that cost 20k. My sister is like, oh, we'll just put like cheap furniture and stuff. And I'm like, in most of them, okay, in this one there is furniture, but in most of them I don't even put furniture, right? And I kind of like the idea of this one with like the laundry, like right when you enter and stuff. I'm pretty sure I had terrain paint here. Well, not anymore, obviously, but I had terrain paint here. I'm not gonna decorate that one yet. But it is a small home. I did make a couple of these small ones, but Like, look at this. This is like 42K. 42K for a tiny home. It's a micro home. It's a micro home. And I love it. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Like, I love it. But like, the micro and tiny homes are supposed to be cheap, but I can't make it cheap. News? Okay, it's gonna take forever to load in. I hope it doesn't break my terrain paint. I know that I'm gonna have to... Oh, that's cool. That's cool. It was predicted to start dropping around 2005, 2006 for most countries, but we shall see. But I also heard news that Croatia... Oh, the terrain paint didn't go away. But yeah, so this is the micro home. You have like your entryway, like your little living room slash sleeping room, the little bathroom, the tiny kitchen. But to be fair, this one is fully furnished and stuff. I would live in it too. I just don't know where I would put all my stuff. I have too much stuff. Oh yeah, this one doesn't even have like a little closet. Like the only closet-like thing is this. Usually I squeeze in a closet, but I guess not in this one. And then I love this tree here. Oh, and this on the side, this here, is actually Stardrop Saloon from Stardew Valley. And I guess we came to the part of the stream where I show off my Stardew Valley characters. Because I made them all, I didn't upload them yet. However, let me just scroll a little down. There we go. Okay, so first we're gonna start with Linus. I know that Linus has daddy vibes here, okay? He definitely looks better than than he would look in Stardew, but in my excuse, this is the best I could do. So this is Linus Gwilt. Gwilt literally translates to wild. Marshall is just the last name I gave to Jody and Kent. Yeah, granddaddy vibes. Exactly. But yeah, so we have our Kent, we have Jody, we have Sam, we have Vincent, and they have a daughter as well, Aster, because if you played enough Stardew Valley, they want a daughter and they would name her Aster. So she's here. So this is just a little bit of creative freedom I took with it. And we have Leah. I think I like even the overalls scream Leah. We have Gus, sorry. I'm particularly like obsessed with how good Gus turned out. And then we have Harvey. I know a lot of people depict him differently, but this is how he always looked in my head. So, Harvey. Now, Sturgeon. I took also creative freedom with Billy. So, Willie is actually dating Marlon. Well, they're together, an old married couple, and they have a son, Casper. Because, I don't know, because they do. And then we have Elliot, which it just screams Elliot. Okay, just look at him. Like, it's very Elliot. Milner, actually, like, it is uncovered in Stardew if you play that Evelyn and George's last names are Milner. I'm kind of sad that he can't be in the wheelchair, but it is what it is. This is a perfect world in which he never had that accident. And Alex has a father here who, like, ran away. Well, did I miss someone? Oh yeah, I did. I did miss a lot of people. I don't know. This was like interruption in my making. Now, I hate that we can't have purple hair because we have Rasmodius. You're believing on my word. We have Rasmodius. He's in this household particularly because Abigail is rumored to be his daughter because, like, her hair is naturally purple. And Caroline is the wife of Pierre. Pierre Lamarche. Lamarche because they run a market. So, you know, I was very creative with that. And then, of course, we have Pam, which full name Pamela Diamond, and Penny Diamond. Because in Stardew, both Penny and Pamela love diamonds. Like, that's the best. Lamarche. Yeah, but the best gift you can give them is diamonds, to both of them. And then we have Silk Smith, which is Emily Silk. She's really into sewing and making her own fashion. Her sister Haley, she's very high maintenance and squeamish. Did you have parents but they're not in the game? So I made their parents. Honey and Darwin, they're traveling the world currently. When you get into Stardew, they're traveling the world, so they're not there. And Clint, he's the local blacksmith that has a crush on Emily, so here they are engaged. Yes, the Hay family. We have Marnie, which I'm also obsessed with how good she turned out. But she also has a brother and a sister. And they're parents of Shane, who is also in the game. The parents are not in the game. Shane and Jasmine is, both niece to Marnie and cousin to Shane. So I just went with the story that their parents are no longer here. And then we have the Mayor Lewis, of course. The legendary Mayor Lewis is here, who hooks up with Marnie and thinks nobody knows. But here, they're not hiding their love.
Chug, 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 chug.
I'm gonna hydrate.
For keeping
ads.
hydrated.
Wait, this was like the content was just like at 30 seconds and then it jumped to ads. But oh well. I'm hydrating. Oh, you don't say that at the moment. That's good. But yeah, we have Robin, who is also one of the first people to that greets you to Stardew Valley. Oh, you need to go. I didn't fix that yet, but yeah, you need to go like from the lowest tier to the highest tier. And yeah, Robin, her ex, her current husband that she has a daughter Mara with, and their child Sebastian, who is gonna be the only non-binary here, just to as a nod to all NBs out there. But yeah, that's it for my Stardew Valley crew. But I'm really happy with how they all turned out. And now I will stop slacking. I will give you your goats back for the expansion. Give me a sec. I can do that maybe. Or I can't. I will do that after the stream because I need to go into the things separately. Yeah, you can ask. You can ask anything. Oh, now it says ad break in progress. Mm-hmm. I don't know which one to decorate. I have a lot of things to decorate. Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. How does that work in Croatia? Maybe that's not your question. Oh, it is. Well, depends. Like, there's gonna be either people that get it or people that don't get it, or my family, which will be, we're cool with that, but not under our roof. You know, like we are very supportive of the gay community, but not under our roof. Which is, yeah. To be fair, like my sister is one of my sisters. Like she's the most supportive about it, and she will go out like when I don't want to make a fuss about it because I'm not exactly presenting the way I want to be presenting yet, so I don't want to make a fuss. I just like, people are gonna call me what they call me, but she will go out there and like, no, they're non-binary. That's my brother you're talking about, and stuff like that. She's great. But then you have my other sister who is complete opposite, and she's like, why can't you just be normal? Then my brother doesn't really care either way. Like when my parents are around, he like uses either neutral pronouns, like either like avoids using my name or anything, which is completely possible in Croatian, or But yeah, my mom is coming to terms with it, kind of finally. It kind of helped that I spent like almost 2 months with them now. So when I came to Croatia, like obviously not all of my family know, and not all of the people know. My friends are cool with it. They usually use masculine pronouns mostly because it just comes with the new name. But yeah, my mom came to the airport to pick me up, and obviously I started speaking like about myself, like with lack of pronouns or masculine ones, usually when I refer to myself. And then she like tried to correct me, and for days she tried to correct me. And then I don't know, something happens, but then she stopped correcting me, and then like even she tried to kind of understand and use like more proper terms. She just has a bad time, like agreeing to my new name, I guess. Oh no, 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 she knows. She knows. Like she literally gave me, you're gonna be under our roof now. So this is the language I expect you to be using for yourself. Like she literally gave me that stock. And I'm like, no. I'm sorry. Yeah. And my stepdad is an interesting situation because when I first came out, he was like on board immediately. But then when I was staying with them, he was like backing my mom, obviously. But then when my mom was not there, he would refer to me like with my preferred pronouns and name and everything, which I thought was really interesting. Like he even watched like while cooking, so I can't so you know he doesn't poison me accidentally and stuff like that. So he watched like not to put pig fat in everything because I'm allergic to it. I don't know, he was really nice about the whole thing, which again I can't say about a lot of people, but those who do know are generally super welcoming about it, as well as my ex's mom. She heard about it from him and his sister, and she like sent me a message when I was moving to France, like to wish me luck, and she just like gave me words of encouragement, which was so fun. This is like years ago now, but it still stays in my brain. Like that woman was always so supportive of me and stuff, which yeah. If it wasn't for her, I would never be a streamer. Like genuinely, she bought me my first laptop that was capable of streaming. In terms on I pay her back, but still. I still didn't pay her back. But she's not pressing me. She's like waiting for me to have a stable financial situation. Which I hope will happen eventually. I did pay part of it back, but I wish to pay the whole thing back. Oh, lol, yeah. I did see that video. Oh my god, it was crazy. I think the same people made the what would you use? What would you do if you learned that our children are learning Arabic numbers in school? Like the stupidity of some people. But yeah, I saw a few of those. Oh my god, it's so great. I love to watch those. I was particularly fond of people who didn't understand what heterosexual was, but for like, no, I'm supportive of everything. I would love them no matter what. Yeah, like that's blind support. Like I don't know what this is, but yeah. Oh, and the one where they were going around asking if they know what Homo sapien is. Oh my god. I don't know if that was the art guy or the other guy in America or something, but uh, so funny. Mm. Yeah, it says I'm gonna be furnishing something, but I don't know what to furnish. Most of the builds I have are in new crates. Maybe we can just redecorate an apartment in San Myshuno. Okay, Tilk and Ryak live here, but maybe we can like just fix up this little apartment with gremlins. Yeah. I don't just like it's amazing how much people can be opinionated about the things they don't understand, they don't know about. Three times three times three. Wait. I need. I'm not good at math. um, because it would be 3 times 3 would be 9. And then 9 times 3 would be. Yeah. How did we get to 36? I was so confused. Wait. I'm trying to figure out which math did they use to come to 36. This is a nice and cozy little apartment. I don't think I really wanna like mess with the layout too much, except with what we did. I'm just gonna unfurnish it. Lol. The curse of Kardashians. How would I want to do this? Maybe like a little... I'm thinking like a little living area here, maybe a little art stuff here, a tiny book nook over here, in the dining room perhaps, although this is enough to like have a kitchen and a dining room here. I don't know history, geography. Like, I might not know, like, American states, but I do know it borders, like, Canada and Mexico, which, you know, they don't even border that many things, I think. Is it just Canada and Mexico? Oh, and Russia. Canada, Mexico, and Russia. How many stars is on American flag? 50 or 52? 50 or 52, I can't remember how many states they have. But I do know that Hawaii doesn't want to be part of US anymore. And Oh, people said hundreds? Jesus Christ. $50, 52 states. Fair. Doesn't the star amount get updates with how many states they have? Oh no, because they don't count District of Columbia, right? And what else did they don't count in the states? Because District of Columbia is just the district. Well, DC, right? I don't know my American enough. I think I'm just gonna try to do base game and kits in here. Which it's gonna be easier since we got new like counters and stuff. Do you want to go with green, yellow, or blue for kitchen? Maybe green. I didn't do a green kitchen in a while. Americans are certainly a special breed. Do I want to like put in like one more thing here and then add these counters? Like that on half a tile. Maybe that's better. Like this almost works out. Like there's a little gap if you look on the side, but like this is fine. No, not study. Dining room. We didn't get to one tile one, this one, right? I thought we did, but I guess we didn't. I'm really obsessed with this new sink that we got. With like a little bit of clutter inside. I love that. I will change up the tiles and stuff. Should I do this one or should I just do a base game fridge? Oh, that's nice. We got like a plain white and black swatches as well for the fridge. That's actually really nice. Did I even activate move objects? I don't think I did. Let me just filter so I don't make mistakes. Now I must remember not to duplicate things. Okay, all kits are tagged. Now, I don't have all kits, but I have all build kits. So, we should be fine. A little coffee machine that needs fixing. But we can also pop in a dishwasher here. This is too dark over green. But we could squeeze in like just the regular white nano trash can. But like maybe just having a regular one wouldn't be bad either. But the little one with the bag comes in a pack. So I guess just a nano one should be fine. Oh, we have a lot of kit clutter. Holy hell. Like, a lot. But not all of them are tagged here. Like, it's fascinating to me that the kitchen ones are not tagged here. Hmm. Maybe just like two over here. And we leave this free for a bookshelf. Oh, this is base game. Okay. I did not realize that this one particularly is base game. It's gonna be a little bit of a tight squeeze. Maybe a little dark. This one may be better, but maybe these. Or we could do like here without the things. Ah, no. Or maybe I just do plain white wooden chairs. Or just plain wooden chairs, like these. There's a chance your sim wouldn't be able to use the thing. So maybe if I just turn it here, that would be better. I'm still salty that we can't just upload the apartments to the gallery. Like you have to, like if you upload them, you have to upload them as one singular room. And technically you could do that easy. Like, so if we do this, and then we do this, and then we take it and move it here. See, now this whole apartment counts as one room. See, like this. And we will be able to upload it. I feel like that works. Base game and all of the kits. Is it still not tagging stuff properly? What? Why? I just want my fruit bowl. It should be in here. Oh, it is here. Maybe a little lower. Like so. That little kitchen clutter kit is one of the best kits. And then we got a new like shelf that goes next to the doors as well. But I'm obviously blind. Oh no, it's no, I'm not blind. It's in surfaces next to the shelf thingies. Yeah, this one. Oh, I don't have the shoe clutter right now. I do, however, have the shoes, which I can put next to the thing, like a shoe rack. It's kind of big, but oh well. I don't know who we want to live in this apartment. Or do we want them to have pets or not? Oh, here we can put a little desk with a PC. And if we put a bookshelf here, we have like a lot of empty room. Yeah, I feel pretty good about this bed. I'm just gonna lay out some base furniture. And then we can go from there somewhere. Okay, part of me wants to actually put like some stuff on the fridge. Because we're using it, we might as well. I want this apartment to feel very cluttered. Like in the best way possible. Oh, I forget that we have like this massive TV. And we have a base game console now, which is amazing. Now, I'm not sure if everyone got it because I know there were some issues with those quests and stuff. So maybe not everyone got this particular console. Or this particular 2A, so I'm gonna try and not put too many of these items that are event items. I'm obsessed with this bookshelf. Oh, or maybe we can like put down this. No. We're gonna go with this variant. But like this one is also not bad. This bookshelf could fit in very nicely. This is like very tightly into the wall, so maybe just like a few millimeters like that. Okay, now it's not in the wall. However, oh no, this is in the wall, the back is in the wall. Yeah, we don't want that in the wall, literally. I probably want it to be out of the wall. I know this makes this inaccessible, but it is what it is. And we can put like a little book nook over here, a little art area, and little like TV area here. I want like this little couch, but I'm not sure if I should make it green, because this green is kind of dark. And maybe I don't even want to use this one, but the smaller one. This one could fit nice. Because it has like the books in and stuff. Yeah, I'm not sold on the dark green. Maybe it could be blue. Blue is nice. That's too dark. Too red. Like, it comes in a lot of match colors, but none that match exactly. So maybe we just go with this one. It has little books under. My ovary is aching. I know that's very random, but it's what's happening right now. I don't know why. And maybe for more skill building, we can add this here. I did want to add a plant here, but I wasn't sure which one. Nah, I'm not vibing with it. You got a dip. Thank you for stopping by. I probably won't be up with Sims, but I will stream tonight some Devil May Cry. But yeah, you have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you for stopping by and keeping me chatting. I really appreciate it. But yeah, have an amazing rest of your day. This comes in green. I'm not fixated on the price here, so it's gonna cost as much as it's gonna cost. Here, and a little artsy corner over here. Oh, you know what we can add here? These that we almost never add anywhere. I think I'm gonna go for the red and blue one. I'm just gonna pop them here. Because as I said, we're gonna try to make this artsy in the best way possible. I would love to add this as well, like here, but it doesn't really fit under. back to skill building. Yeah, I guess it's this. Maybe we could put in a little guitar as well. Oh, we don't have many options in the base game, do we? You know what? Maybe we can add city living because this is where we have, well, where we set our thing. So if we add the city living, we can add this, which I use in every single one of my art studios. And then we can add some extra paint around. I'm feeling like adding a little shelf with stuff here as well. We'll see, we'll see. But I don't mind this general layout. I think I'm gonna add the bath like here, then the shower, and the toilet over here, and the sink over here. And then we can add something here as well. But we do have a whole lot of bathroom clutter right now, so... we're definitely gonna make a good use of that. Yeah, we're gonna figure out carpets once we color in the wall. Although I do think maybe in the kitchen. Oh, maybe not because this one is... If we use this in blue, there must be a matching blue of a sort here. I think... oh no, it's not this one. Is it this one? It doesn't really match. Like this feels more like a stucco. That's too bright. Nope. 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 Too dark. Is this one close enough? Oh, this one kind of works. Maybe not. I will find it and I will use it. Too purple. Too dark. Oh! Did we find our match? Nope. We have not. Like the main purpose of me using this one is that it would match this, but apparently not. Yeah, that's way too much. Definitely not that one. I mean, we could use something like this, even though it's really not the match we want. Or we could just go with the flowery one, but that's also not the match I want. I feel like this is the main problem with matching these things. Oh! This one works, but the tiles are just too short. You know, like this one's work, but then this works with the stucco, or it doesn't at all. What? Okay, never mind. This does not work with stucco. Don't you just wish things would work together? And I'm not sure I want to have like a plain apartment. Well, plain white. This yellowish thing, it could work if we can find a match. Too dark. Too light. Oh my god, it works. have to color it that way so it doesn't seep through. But yeah, that kind of works. You have like a little coffee maker to fix. Although, honestly, maybe it would be better to have a microwave, but I don't think it would. Yeah, it would be a snug fit. Although maybe we go with the green one instead. There. Nico! Hi, hello. How are you doing today? Yeah, I feel like this will work. You're shaking your head? Why are you shaking your head? No, it's SMK. My brain is rotten. Ooh, you ordered food again. Is it ramen again or it's something else? Ooh, chicken. What type of chicken? I feel like we don't have to do like anything too special in the bedroom. We can't really do anything too special in the bedroom either. Oh, dang. I forget how the base game is. I do want to put like something else in here, but I don't know what. Because our desk is here. Also, maybe I want to use this closet. Oh, no, it's too dark. Well, never mind then. This closet it is. A corner for Blair Witch System. Oh, maybe I've put a little like two-seater and a thingy for the knitting. That could work. If this one was a little smaller, I would use that one, but maybe we should just use this. Wait. Maybe not, because we use the yellow one, blue one there. Maybe just like a little one like that. That works with our color scheme more or less. I'm heavily debating on adding this. Like, technically your Sims should be able to pass here, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, maybe this one. And then we just add a plant in the corner here. Remember, all of your problems can be solved with a little plant in the corner. Wait, isn't Nifty Knitting... Oh no, that's a game pack. Shoot. Well, it's the intention that matters, okay? So we're using only City Living base game and all of the kits in here. We could do the bedroom purple, like pastel purple. Since we already went with the one with no base and stuff. And then for the bathroom, I'm really tempted to go with this new thing. So we make a sleek modern bathroom. And maybe we just go with some lumber. Lumber? Yeah, lumber. That's the way to say it. Yeah, some lumber as a base. And we do the new carpets in here. Ooh, maybe this dark purple. Or maybe that's too dark in contrast. Yeah, green seems nice. Or maybe we just go for the shaggy rug. The purple one. I could do the white one. Just like the basic. I think we're gonna go with pink there. I'm gonna make everything very, very cozy. And high-end, I guess. Which would mean we do this tile inside. And in here, maybe we go for this one. Yeah, that could kind of fit with these styles in a weird way. But yeah, that works. I'm kind of meh about this corner here. Maybe I just do that. No, I'm even meh about that. Even more meh about that. It's okay. We're gonna have to live with that little corner. Or, you know, whoever decides to live here. Now, I could do like a little border. Like so. And maybe darker one would, yeah, would definitely fit better. Because usually you have a little one like that. And it should still... No. No! Why did it stop counting like one room? Dang it. We're gonna fix this. Hopefully. Okay. So like that. Like that. And like that. We'll take it. Now we put it here. There. Single room again. I'm not messing with the walls again. But yeah, why I need it to be a single room is because you can't upload the apartments unless it's literally one room. Which sucks, but oh well. By the way, Nico, did you hear about my new invention? It's VTuber safe grass. You can get yours today on my coffee shop. Sorry, I shouldn't promote that much. Like, it's gonna get old pretty soon. Yes, bathroom. That's what we wanted to do. A sleek and cozy new bathroom. Do we want some, like, copper and gold tones in here? Maybe, you know, maybe actually. Technically, I could squeeze in laundry in here, but I will not. Wait, could I? No! Our filters! Base game and all the kids. I don't know how that happened. Okay, we can't because laundry is not in a kit or base game. So we can't have that. All of this is kit base game. Oh, and city living. There we go. Okay. Still counts as one room. Good. Could you believe the mistake we almost made? Phew. And I didn't even notice something was wrong. Okay, yeah. This here, and then a toilet. Also here. And then maybe we can put one of those little, like, transition thingies. Transition thingies? I'll show you, hopefully. Miscellanea. Or was it in clutter? No, it's definitely not in clutter. That should be in miscellanea. Or, oh, it is. Like these. Because this we can add, like, here. And here. So it's sort of separating this thing. And we could also add one like that, so it looks like it opens into the bath area. What do we think about that? I kinda like it. I'm not like super obsessed, but it's kinda nice. And then we can put the little, like, trolley with towels and stuff, perhaps. I don't know, we'll see. But it's definitely like a bathroom oasis. We definitely have that situation going on. No, we could put like this. But maybe it would be better if we put like a few... like that. Like some custom counters. I mean, it's not bad. Yeah, both of them end up in here, but it's fine. Is it better just open like that? Dang it. Maybe it actually kinda is. I don't know why we have a hole here, but we're gonna put something in it. Oh, perhaps we can... Oh, no, that's too big. I was like, oh, we can squeeze in this one, but no. Okay. Noises. Random noises. We're cool. We're good. We're good. Oh, this is from Kit. No, it's just a little too big. This would be cool over here. And we can't shrink mirrors because, well, that. Although we could add that mirror here. And then use a different one over here. Like maybe just... Oh, no, because that one ends up laying a little low. Maybe that one. I'm pretty sure it comes in wood color. Yeah, like that. But it doesn't come in the pale wood color like this one. Because these pale is too pale. And this is even more so. The struggles I'm facing. Like that. Yeah, like that. Like that could be good. Okay, we're gonna save. And now the only things we have left to do is put some clutter in and some lights in. We're gonna start with the lights. Just give me a second. Okay, so onto the functionality of the things. I feel like going with the green vibe here would be nice. But I think maybe just the green mat, but the PC will leave, well, the monitors will leave white. And then I kind of want to put these here. Maybe a little higher. Okay, I'm gonna have to outplace them, I guess. So they're just like in the height of the doors. like so. And then I would put some LEDs, but we don't have. Don't have things for LEDs. Oh wait, also I forgot our little book nook. I think I'm gonna put a standing light here. Maybe actually this one in particular. And the little accent table or coffee table over here. This plant one could be super cute. Because this is the only tin coffee table that we have. Well, tin, small one. But I'm thinking maybe some greenery would be good here. Maybe we pull out this chair a little more from the wall. Especially like if we put some curtains. It's better if it's pulled away from the wall a little bit more. And I definitely do want to put in some curtains. Oh, this one has an air conditioner down there. And they have some flower pots around. We could maybe put a... no, we can't put an air conditioning unit here, dang it. Because we have only limited packs. Why did I do this to myself? I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that here. Or maybe like a blue one. No. I think green one, and I think we put it over here. Oops. Over here. Although that's what gets annoying with the doors and stuff. So no, maybe not this rug in particular. That is kind of cute. think I'm gonna leave that here. I'm not sure if I want to put a bathroom rug in here. Bath mat, because it would get wet here technically. I don't know. However, I could put like a little one like this. And then maybe another little one like over here. Just to have something to step on when you're coming out of the bath. Now, as for the plants, this one could be good here, maybe. And we can squeeze it as much as we can into the corner without clipping. Like so. And maybe we change this into blue. Or into orange, actually. So it kind of stands out. There's like a lot of plants that I would like to use that I just currently don't have. We're gonna add one here. Or we could add it here. And then in this corner, I'm not sure if I really want a lemon plant. The classic sim plant would be nice. The olive tree is a bit nyeh. And this one doesn't take up as much room as I would like it to. Which could be good for squeezing it in here. Or maybe like just here. To fill up this corner. Hopefully we can squeeze it more back, but this can work. And then I have no idea what to do in this corner. But maybe it could be just an empty corner. It clips however I turn it. No. Why? Why you do this to me? And it's gonna clip here as well. Nyeh. Maybe a splash of color here would be nice. It can be on the closet. This one can't. Dang it. Okay, not all of them can be on the closet. Fine. Fine. Okay, let's see about those clutter objects. Oh wait, do we have... Is the little thing that I use base cam or... No, it comes in a pack. The only base game towel on the side that we can put is this one. Which I guess not necessarily bad. Just... I can't color match it. With this bronzy scheme we have going on. Oh, that's a little tall. This is fine. Just a disclaimer, your sim can pass through this. Oh, I know what I can put here. I can't exactly like poke it completely in. But there's this little towel rack, this one. That could essentially go here. And then we can put some extra towels on top here. Oh wait, I also forgot one surface in particular over here. But also, I said this, I'm gonna put something in this corner. We might as well put this like little ladder. It's very artsy, and it works with the vibe we're going for. And the thing I wanted to put here was this. Like that, perhaps. So we have our little palette knives. Or maybe even like a little bit here, so we can try and squeeze in another light here. No, that doesn't work with that. I mean, we could add like this shelf, but I don't know. I don't vibe with it as much as a shelf, anyway. But maybe if we add it like here, like that. This one. Now that's a pretty good shelf, right? Although like the color matching is not great, but it's close enough. And then we can put the little bath essentials here, and we can hang some stuff here. I will cut into my time a little bit, but that is all fine. Because I have to go to the toilet real quick. Please don't crash. Okay, thank you for not crashing, game. But since I'm on the shelves here, I could add a few of Simsy shelves here. Oh, and they kinda almost fit into holes properly. Or maybe I could move these. Oh, no. No, I'm just gonna have them like that. Little shelf display. But I will be right back. I will give you the view of what we have for now. And I shall leave you in silence. I'll be right back. Well, I will not leave you in silence. I will click on the game. But yeah, I'll see you in a moment. And I am back. Hi, hello. I hope you didn't miss me too much. Mm, can I take a moment to send my hate to Discord team for messing Discord up so much? Like, bruh, come on. How do you mess it up that much? So it keeps changing my settings. I am tired. I am so tired of reverting back my settings to what I want them to be. So tired. Oh, I think this one. This one will fit nicely here. We're gonna do it in yellow. Just a splash of color. Not too much. But yeah. How do they keep fucking it up so bad? I have no idea. I'm genuinely perplexed at this point as to how. You know what? We have much less curtain options. Oh. I kind of want to do these curtains. For the most part, I think this will do the best. I just need to find a good color for them. Maybe pink. Maybe pink wouldn't be that bad because, like, we have the pink carpet. One, but we could add more. It seems like pink could really work out here in this scenario. Oh, it's cutting into this shelf. No matter. Maybe we can. Oops. Like, does this one cut a little less? Maybe. Nah, it's fine. They're gonna cut. It is what it is. And then for the kitchen, I would like to use something else. Like, this one would be good. Oh, that's way too big. We don't have a lot of base game curtains that could fit here. Maybe just like that. And we can also do that in pink. Like so. I'm kind of tempted to put another cookie rug under here, like the pink one. Oh, but adding curtains definitely added a lot of personality in the build. And we could like add... maybe not. Maybe we go with this one's for here. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. They cut too much into the things. So these walls are kind of plain. I think I'm gonna leave this one for like photos and stuff. I'm gonna just put some photo frames there. Maybe we can do the same thing here like that. Okay. Is this maybe a little better? No. And the carpet doesn't really work because it cuts it off there. Oh well. I do want another carpet here though. Well, rug carpet. I could go with just this one. It doesn't add too much, it doesn't take away too much. I don't like the texture. It's giving me a little bit of not good, but it's fine. Like, it's not the worst that we could do. And then I want to add a PC here. Do we want to add a glorified keyboard? Like a backup keyboard? Maybe that one should be greenish, like that. I think it's even called glorified keyboard. No, esteemed keyboard display. Fun fact, your Sims can click the power button on the PC here. So you can turn it on and you can play Sims on it. Just like a little fun playability they added to it. It's not like a lot of playability, but I don't know, I find it really fun, personally, that they added at least that little bit. Because we don't really have PCs like that in the game. This is the first one that we got. And it's from the Comfy Gamer kit, or the Simsy kit, as many of people call it. It was made in collaboration with Little Simsy, so it makes sense. I think I'm gonna add. Oh, first of all, we need some colors. Well, colors. Some of these. I usually shrink them because then they fit better over here. And the brushes and palette knives, and they're more like acceptable size. Not saying that these are like way too big, but they're kind of big. I want to add this a little closer to the oven, not on top of the oven, but a little closer, so like here. We have lots of clutter to add now. I'm not sure if that will fit next to the drying rack thingy. But then we probably want the drying rack a little bit closer to the sink, like that. Yes. And I'm thinking we're gonna add little soaps here. Wait. Yeah, this is completely the thing. So we're just gonna add them like so. Was that too much in? No, it should be fine, right? Yeah. I really love the idea of a little tea set. But I don't know, I think I'm just gonna put a fruit bowl over here. And then I wanted to add some stackable containers here. Because you can stack these one on top of the other. And then we can change their contents. I wanted to add one of these, but that seems like just a little extra. A little too extra. I'm gonna add a little post-it here. Perhaps like this. And I think I'm just gonna add this one here, and we should be able to add a little light on the desk here. We have a little chaos control tray here. And there's not a lot of bathroom clutter here. Oh, there is. There we go. And then we can do a little like spice rack over here on our condiments tray. Well, I like it, I also hate it, so maybe not. We definitely need one of these over here. I will add it like that though. And then if we go to wall decorations, we should have these. And we can add them here. Oh, and I think this could be a nice thing to add over here. And we have like this little wall thing. I would add it into the main room. Well, actually, I can add it into the main room over here. Yeah, maybe that's just exactly what this wall needs. A little bit of clutter. And maybe a non-functional phone over here. Or perhaps over here, actually. Okay, now the space totally feels lived in. I really want to add like a bunch of these new things, but there's no room. We're limited. Although this wall is so empty. And part of me wants to make it into a brick wall, like this brick that we see outside. Like these two brick walls and then purple. But maybe I shouldn't. What I will do, I will save because my game started lagging a little bit. Mm. And then I'm just gonna add. Oh no, I can't add those picture frames because I don't. Dang it. Dang it. Well, we can add pictures. Which, yeah. A singular lemon picture. It's art in itself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna go with this pink variants of things. So we can add like that one, and perhaps that one. Maybe I should change the places of these two, like that. It adds a little something. So the bedroom is not that empty. And then over here, you can maybe add the hot cocoa tray. So the things are not as empty. And then let's go back to the clutter. Because I will definitely add some more clutter. Oh, perhaps a cookie jar. Cookie jars are functional, by the way. So you can absolutely grab a cookie if you wish to do so. I will find something to put here, but it's not that thing. Oh, the s'mores. Oh yeah, I wanted to add the kitchen utensils here. Maybe we could add the condiments tray over here. Maybe not. Is this gonna be our fruit bowl? We could put it here, but then it like takes up the whole thing. Blaine! Hello. My grass is like on fire. My grass is so good. And look, nothing happened to me. It's so safe for VTubers. Like I am live testing it for you guys right now. So you can see it's perfectly safe. Also, hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing great. It's the best grass. And you can only find it in my shop. Just, another plug right here. You should definitely get your your regrass if you don't have one already. I really want to put like this here, but no, it's too big. I am doing pretty good. How are you doing? Oh, we could totally like lean canvases on here. Although we have to outplace them perfectly. Oh, we actually did? Oh, nice. Yeah, that feels very artsy to me, having some blank canvases stuck there. Stack? Jesus, these are huge. There's also one with already painted pictures. Here? No, here, maybe. I was pretty sure that was base game, but maybe it's not. Well, shoot. Maybe it's not a base game. Just finishing a project before Mimi's. How about me? As I said, I'm doing pretty great. My head hurts a little, but something always hurts, so you know. No, it's definitely not in ceiling lecture. Maybe it's in sculptures? No, it's not. Then I guess it's not base game. That's sad. We're using only like the base game and some kits for this build. Now that I see it, maybe I want a ventilator like here. Yeah, that could work. But yeah, basically we're just using kits and base game and city living to decorate the apartment. You think it's gonna damage the plant? Maybe if we put it here. We're gonna tilt it a tiny bit to the kitchen. Yeah, you're right. We probably don't want to damage the plant. We're gonna do the silver fan. I'm quite happy with this. Like, this is coming out great. It feels cluttered and lived in, and then we go to the bedroom, but we're just gonna ignore the bedroom. We still have to put in lights and more clutter. But yeah, I guess the thing is not a base game, so sad. Oh, you know what we need? We need a radio. We don't have a single audio device in here. Oh, I think we're gonna put it like under the TV here. Although I do love the boom boom blocks. I usually put it in the kitchen, but the kitchen is already so cluttered and we need some surfaces for it. It's been raining. Oh, yeah, maybe it's too much water, but I wouldn't worry too much Because usually this plant get back on their feet. But yeah, like the temperature and environmental changes have an impact on plants as much as they have on us. Like I've been feeling so shitty lately because the weather does like it can't make up its mind. Like, is it gonna be hot or cold? I don't know. This week is kind of cold. And then next week we're gonna be in the 30 degrees again. Oh wait, no, it's changed already. We're not. We're gonna be in 25. That's apparently top. But like the weather forecast became so unpredictable. Wait, I wanna. You wanna wait? Oh, you wanna eat a part of your plant? Okay, okay. I'm assuming the edible part. But look, I'm obsessed with how this looks. Like, yeah, we have like the only thing from City Living I put in is this thing. Everything else is just kits and the base game, which proves that you can build a decent looking apartment with just base game and kits. Then again, buying all of the kits will probably cost you as much as buying all of the expansions, so probably would advise against that. I don't know what else I want to put in here. Oh, wait. I could totally put this one over here. Like, I know I already have the sponges in here. Is it too much if I put that one? No, maybe it's too much. Maybe it's too much. Because we already have the stuff here and here and here. Stream keeps cutting on your end? Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. But yeah, you should get some rest. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you. I hope you have some very good rest. And also I'm gonna give you a little shout out here. So guys, go check out Blaine. He's new in my stream team, my Tiltify theme. And he does a lot of monster prom, a lot of art, exploring new games. He's a dev and an animator, so you should definitely go send him some love. Yeah, I think this is pretty much done. Oh, I wanted to put hair dryer. Perhaps here is fine. Now we don't have a towel here because... Well, maybe we can put one of these. No, they look... like, they don't blend in at all. But then again, we have one thing that doesn't really blend already. Maybe we can put like this one. It doesn't really fit in with the modern look at all. Yeah, no. We're gonna sell it. There's towels under the thing, okay? Just use those. Anyway, where were we? Squeezing in one of these would be nice. And maybe I'll just put it behind here. Behind the coffee maker. Oh, that's cutting it close. A little more here, perhaps. There. Yeah. Yeah, that works. And we even have a bar. And I would live here. Honestly, I would live here. Mm, I'm gonna put some magazines over here. Maybe more centered or more here. More centered like that. Leave no surface. Empty. Except a few shelves. Okay. Time to put in lights. Obviously, I'm not gonna use this one because if you don't have Sims 4, these are not gonna do anything for you. I'm gonna put a little crystal over here because reasons. And I think we're gonna go with this light for the little office part. This is so on edge, it's giving me anxiety, but like if I put it here, well, I can actually. Oh no, it bumps into the thing up here. No, but it turns out all of my favorite lights are to use our base game, so yay. Oh, maybe instead of a crystal, like we could have the crystal in the bedroom. Maybe like here, and then we can put an alarm clock here, and then we can put this over here, and here we can put this big candle. This one that smells like chocolate cake. I'm thinking maybe a different light for here, but I don't really... Like personal spotlight is literally the same lamp. We could go with this one. This one is like nice and cozy. Interesting. So this could be the lamp we use here. And it's not touching anything. We could put it on an angle. No, I like it better when it's not on an angle. Okay, since we do have lights in here, can I go here? It can. But no, it's very random to have it just there and nothing else. Yes, I want to add an alarm clock. Do we want the little rocket ship or the regular one? Maybe I want to go with the regular one. We'll put it in green. We don't have anything green here. It's like green and yellow. Maybe like here. And then we could squeeze in like a little plant as well. Like that. It's a little more clutter, you know? But yes, lights. We were done with the things. We were going for the lights now. I do want to like squeeze in the lights here. And there's this one that is like specifically from the artist studio. But I'm not sure if we can make that work here. That's such a tight fit. No. Like we could make it fit here. That could kind of work actually. Like that. Maybe we just change the color to the silver one. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I liked this light a lot. That light came with the new pack. I actually quite like it. I think we're gonna use it in the main room here. And like we're just gonna add one in the living room since we have so many other lights. And like I quite like that one. Now in the bathroom we could add just like a regular bathroom lights. I don't know about you guys, but I've seen this in almost every single bathroom ever. And we're gonna add another on the wall here. But then in the bedroom we could maybe use the Modern Lux one. Like that. And I think that more or less completes everything. Like we can add this light over here. Is that cutting into the mirror? It is a little. So maybe we just put it a little higher here. I think we're gonna put the silver one or the black one. No, maybe this one works for the best. But yeah. With that said, I think we're done for the day. And we didn't like even cut that much into. We did. We furnished the whole apartment and we built the whole shell. So we actually did a lot for our save. Let me just save while I'm talking about save. Ow. Oh my god. Okay, great timing as well because the weather is changing, my headache is picking up, my nose is bleeding. Okay, of course. Okay. That's a hell of an end to the stream. So, I'm gonna upload this for you guys. Oh, wait. Yeah, I can upload it as a room. Okay. So, save room. 17. cool paper house. Mm, I'm gonna list it as a living room, I guess. Um, okay, give me a sec to get the notes under control. Okay, we should be fine. Yeah, we should be more or less fine now. It's fine. It's not like that much. Most of it is like bleeding into my mouth anyway, but mm, I don't know what's up with the random nosebleeds. I have no idea. I didn't get them that often, at least in my opinion. No, it's been like every couple of days now. But oh well. It is what it is. But yeah, I will save this with a hashtag cool pepper house. It uses a lot of kits, but only base game and a little bit of city living. So, and a redecorated apartment from some I should know. It is a limit. It is limited pack build. Only. A lot of the kits. Okay, and then we're gonna do 17 cool pepper house. City living. Kids. There. And share room to the gallery. Contains disallowed word. What's a disallowed word? Oh. Is it this hashtag? Um, how about now? Disallowed word. A redecorated apartment from San Myshuno. His limited pack build and uses only base game, city living, and kids. A lot of the kids. What is the disallowed word? Tell me. I'm so confused. Only? I can't even click with the mouse. Use base games, city living, and kids. Still disallowed word. A redecorated apartment from some. It is limited pack. Oh, is it limited? Is limited the disallowed word? It is restricted pack build? Nope, no. Limited was not the troublesome word. A lot of kids. No, still disallowed words. What is a disallowed word? Oh my god. This is fascinating. My nose is bleeding. I don't have time for it. 17 Cool Pepper House. It's a living kids. How about this? Disallowed word. Is redecorated disallowed word? An apartment makeover. Is hashtag kids? Hashtag kids is banned word? What? I'm sorry, what? Well, anyway, it's up on my gallery. You can check it out. Holy hell. What even? I am so confused. So genuinely confused right now. But yeah, this is where we're gonna leave it for now. I'm fascinated. We did a lot. We did a lot of work today.
Will sign an autograph for her.
Let me just check.
We're getting a bands pack?
Uh,
I don't know, maybe.
Jeremy is live. So we should go say hi to Jeremy. If you would all come and join me saying hi, I would greatly appreciate it. And I'm sure Jeremy would appreciate it. Jeremy is my friend. He's playing Sims currently. He plays a lot of Sims challenges and a lot of builds. And he's an amazing builder. And you should definitely check him out if you want some quality Sims content. He is the person to check out. Anyway, as I was saying, it was so lovely to hang out with you guys today. I will see you in the evening with some Devil May Cry. But until then, as always, stay excellent. Okay? Bye.